How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving, if you celebrated. If not, I hope you had a wonderful, what was yesterday? Thursday? Thursday, that day. I guess, hey J-Bridge. Missed stream yesterday, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I did, I hope you did as well. I have to leave here soon at work, getting called upon. Yeah, do your thing, do your thing. It's good to see you. Qua starting soon, Quag Chad. That is my starting soon screen. You're so right. So we went and acquired the Anguish yesterday, finally. So weapons has a whole scavenger hunt sort of thing to get it. Um, and currently it's not very good, but that's okay because I still want to know how mechanically to take proper advantage of it. We mustn't with that. There's other drops that I've not gotten yet. Let's see. I got a Terry booster. Legacy Protocol. Is that one I grabbed? Doesn't look like I have Legacy Protocol, so that's Narud. Power Complex Ring. No, I don't have that either. So there's two things I could. Are those Legacy Protocol up here? No, right? This is an unsorted list. I intentionally am using something that discloses fewer details. Two on Narud, and at least one on Yasha. Oh, I can work with that. Thought it was Sunday. I never know what day of the week it is anymore, J-Bridge. You played Miles Morales on stream. Was that the PC port? I didn't play Miles Morales on stream. I played the first one. Miles Morales had it off stream. But yeah, I PC. I've played Spider-Man on PS4 and on PC, and then I played Miles Morales on PC. I played Spider-Man 2 on, obviously, PS5. But the only one of those I've done on stream was the first one. I don't think I ever finished that playthrough either. I got distracted by other games. Should not jiggle right now. I think I'm still full from yesterday. Hey, you gotta jiggle for making room for more food, right? Right? That's how that works. We're on sale on Steam, and my curiosity's peaked. Really enjoyable games. I really enjoy the storytelling, the character-based stuff. Gameplay-wise, they're solid. If you ever played like the Arkham games, the Batman Arkham games, they are very similar in overall gameplay. Obviously adjusted for Spider-Man rather than Batman, but they are very similar. But story-wise, they're super cool. Miles is one of my favorite Marvel characters, so it's cool to see him adapted in an interesting way. And I like this era of Peter Parker's life that they chose to adapt. It's pretty cool. He's 8 years into being Spider-Man, and some key things still haven't happened, though many have. I suppose as Spider-Man 2, he's 10 years into being Spider-Man. Gotta go, have a good stream. Might be back around 12. Sounds good, guest. You have a good one. Good to see you. Yeah, let's mess around with this time. I just want pictures of Spider-Man. Oh, yeah, I never finished this adventure, did I? I guess I can do that. Need to go back to the sanatorium and then go back down through the web. Because I forgot to hit the fast travel. That's pretty good, J.K. Simmons. Hey, I'm glad you think so. the the man's super talented. I enjoy his work.
Around them! Don't let them escape!
A little slow, but it's got the spirit.
Alright. Outsiders! Come and get some. Kill them all!
Yeah, I'm thinking most likely tomorrow will be maybe we do some cozy Borderlands 3. Maybe. Um But as for off stream, I'll probably try to start my Alan Wake stuff next week.
Run, my treat. Your fear is evermore become.
Go ahead, that weapon out. Oh. Okay. Run it back. Oh, my slightly fatter American. How's Thanksgiving? It was good, Rabbit. How are you? I knew. I'm supposed to have this gun out. Silly me. Okay. Stop and say hello, have fun. Have a good one, Subsy. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you were doing well. Cheryl's getting ready for work. Or getting ready for work, and Cheryl's coming over tonight. Finally getting her to meet my older sister, who she's jealous of. Yeah, is this an Alabama moment? You probably don't get that. Alabama's the part of the U.S. where we stereotype it for incest. It's less funny when you have to explain the joke. I get that. Well, I didn't know. Empathy. Ah, I deserve that. I want to practice that phase more anyway. This is a very awkward gun. Like, it has like 4 different behaviors depending on whether you charge a shot or not, depending on whether target dies from the shot you placed on them or not, depending on whether you shot another time after that or not. So I guess that's 6 different behaviors. Like, it does that on charge shots. And it's just a regular shotgun on regular shots. But then with the mod, these explosive needles that have that delay on them. Very interesting gun. Delay, it's time for sticky math. Well, currently it's not doing the damage it's supposed to. That's the bug. Mechanically, it seems to be doing everything it's intended to do. But currently the damage from the gun itself is not working as intended, supposedly. Okay, so another W for men. 4 for us.
You ain't so tough! Yeah, you ain't so bad, baby!
So yeah, Rabbit, your sister flexes on your girlfriend with her hot unavailable friend. That's a Chad move. It's funny, Rabbit's immediate family has a history of Chad behavior. Rabbit's mom is also cool as fuck. Listen, I'm not the worst. Okay. Okay, so this gun, currently, because its damage is fucked, the way I think you get the most value out of this is the explosive modes with detonation trigger. You still have, like, significant delay on your damage doing that. So what can we do about that? How does it do with sequence shot? I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that's worth it. It's certainly cool, but... you can still do the timed perfect charge shots on this. It's kind of hard to hear underneath all the other audio, but if you perfectly time a charge shot with a weapon in this game, it does more damage, like a lot more damage. That's what that 1122 is. It's a crit charge shot. Morning, Purple Panda. Hey, Jacqueline, how are you? Looks kind of flackerish. It does, even in, like, weapon model. It's a cool weapon model. Druid's name weapon is more or less a harbinger of anguish. It hurts to hold, but given what it does to those on the receiving end of its fury, it seems a fair price to pay. Yeah, you take damage while charging. A not insignificant amount. You can hear it whispering to you while you're charging it. That's really cool. It does it all as gray health, which is actually quite interesting. They might have been onto something there. Oh yeah, that's a character, Rabbit. Yeah, that's a character.
Yeah, need something with a longer barrel.
That is certainly a series of choices someone can make. So if we were gonna build around Anguish, yes, I know it's bugged. How would we do it? There's a lot of effects that are really good when gray health is present. There's a lot of effects that happen when you take damage.
Yeah, need something with a longer barrel.
Something like heavy metal band would be really good here, because the gun could just proc it for you. Like, this thing being a gray health machine is really interesting. Or a hardcore metal band, not heavy metal band, sorry. Doesn't count as damage for that? Is this just straight up a gray health conversion? If that's a gray health conversion, wait. Hang on. Hang on. Big if true. I'll equip that for now. Not having debt triggers questionable, but making sure I don't have mods available right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's just gray health conversion. It's not damage. So that makes this amulet a lot better because it gives you an on-demand way to consume gray health without losing a more important slot like your relic. Question is if that's useful or not. There's a ring here that you gain mod power, 200% of your healing as mod power. What's the fucking name of this? Because this might be just a really good mod gen loop that doesn't require you actually hitting enemies.
Maybe just need to go see Riggs. He can probably help.
Name of that thing. I kind of vaguely remember what it looks like. But again, I shouldn't trust my memory. Also need to test to see if Anguish can drain properly while you there it is, dense silicon ring. While you have a shield. So let me do this. Since this isn't damage, it doesn't appear affected by kinship. How's Bloodstream do here? I want Bloodstream, Triage, Regrowth. Just woke up, feel oddly tired and woozy. Did you get enough sleep? Because sometimes, or did you get too much sleep? Sometimes if I get too much sleep, or just barely not enough, I feel terrible. Interesting. How about with... Mystery Jerky would not complement this well, but how would Sacred Lake Water? Should improve the mod gen because it would mean I'm converting more. Wonder if it's a fixed amount. Quag Friday. It sure is, Mr. David Bowling. How you doing? I guess Prime Perk Medic could also be really good here. To think of it. Actually, this is something I want to try. Broken Heart.
All out.
Oh, whoops.
Maybe just need to go see Red. He can probably help with my gun.
So, the way this gun doing the gray health conversion works is you can use this pretty effectively to stop yourself from crossing certain HP thresholds. Because like, all this gray health that I'm making here... Yeah, independent. Okay, that's good to know. That's interesting information. I wonder how Wormhole affects the damage of this thing. Doing all sorts of sciencey shit. Let me hit the crystal. I'll have to spec back in a triage again. That's fine. We'll go ammo reserves as well for comfort. So looking forward to lunch today. I get to have my leftovers. 62. So the secondary explosion is independent of the original damage dealt. It can crit independently. I forgot kinship. $362. Let's get Shark. $362. That does not scale with range damage. Science E shit is a horrible addition to the Chuck E. Cheese crew. So yeah, range damage does not increase the explosions from Anguish. But it does increase the gun part itself. So it's feeling like it's really difficult to get value out of the both halves of this. So I'm wondering if you just shouldn't try. It's going to be either you go into the explosive half and you min-max that, or you do the gun half and the explosive half is just extra free damage. You could also just use this gun in a way where the explosive stuff is never relevant, you just use it as a shotgun, but then it's really bad because of the bug damage. Mod has pretty bad damage without detonation trigger. Yeah, I don't think the mod is worth using without det trigger. The charge shots are honestly okay. How does Bandit work on this thing? I would think because the explosion doesn't count as range damage, that this isn't really going to be anything interesting. Standard shotgun behavior with Bandit. Projectiles ricochet, it's yet another thing this gun does. Okay. Need to see how Bulletstorm interacts here. This is not innately fire damage. It's non-Ellie. So Sun would only work on det trigger, which you can't have both on at the same time, so that's not worth considering. Amulet wise for this,
I wonder if I can make a decent trap out of that one.
Whetstone with Twisted Wounds makes some sense. It's a lot of sense. Full Moon Circle is interesting because the explosions would be a far better way of doing lifesteal, but they're the ones that wouldn't benefit from this. I'd need lifesteal from other sources, so I don't think Full Moon makes too much sense, especially because I'll never be able to benefit from the full health thing. Red Doe Sigil, I mean, depending on my relic, maybe that could be okay here, to be honest. Neckbone Necklace, honestly, maybe okay here. But it's only 25% damage, with potential holes in uptime. So, no. Slinger's Charm just seems to make a lot of sense here. Effigy Pendant. Honestly, that wouldn't be bad. Because that additional hit before Grey Health is removed would make overcharging to have Grey Health in combat less detrimental to my overall survivability. That's not bad. Whispering Marvel, of course, is just great. Crazy good amulet. New in the DLC. Still like the idea of doing something with flowing life. Like maybe we try to do something flavorful. So let's see. I'll probably get rid of Red Ring of Death here. What if we go Ring of Omens? We do our dodge shit. Going Explorer would... actually, I kind of want to test how Red Ring of Death is handled by the Handler Dog dot application. But I don't want to test that badly. That doesn't need to be something relevant here. So because the explosions are not range damage, global damage boosts Anguish more than range damage does, because global damage will boost the shot and the boom. So we're looking at some combination of Challenger, Medic, Alchemist. With skill uptime, then Archon and Handler are included. So the things that are ruled out are Engineer, Summoner, Invader. Explorer is also an option. Hunter's ruled out. Ritualist is technically in, but without Detonation Trigger, applying a dot seems like I'd be relying on Mutators or my other gun slot. Bleed Dog. I suppose something like Ritualist Handler. And then Vile to spread the bleed from the dog would be like okay. But then I'm not getting any global damage from Handler unless I have perfect uptime on Attack Dog. 20-second uptime, 64.5 seconds of downtime currently. I could get enough cooldown for 100% uptime, it's just that would be a lot of investment. And I honestly like the effect of Support Dog a lot more. Because passive healing and movement speed, 2% max health per second is not a small amount. Like, I know I bash on Handler a lot, but that's not a bad effect at all. That's 25 seconds of uptime. And that's on top of getting the quarter of a percent per second for just being near the dog. Like, Support Dog ain't bad. It's just the damage perk here. 30% range damage isn't bad. but it's very limited in what it buffs. If I use relics frequently enough, I could keep the dog active. But Handler isn't going to boost the output of Tormented Heart. Diverting Heart would maybe be okay to keep support dog active. But I don't think it's doing enough. Explorer is interesting here because I could run Planeswalker to reduce the stam cost of everything I do. Which would help Misty Step dodges be more efficient. Like if I did something like I don't need untouchable. Fitness or evade distance. Arc skin. Not having Flashcaster is weird, but let me cook. Not having Glutton is weird, but let me cook. Also no Siphoner. Ugh. Alright, let's see. 5 Siphoner. 5 Bark Skin. Ammo's gonna be a problem on this, but maybe I deal with that problem later. Maybe I deal with that problem later. I'm not going to be able to effectively test this in the ward. I need to be in actual combat.
I should stop by sometime.
See how gray health rate does. I want to be in heavy roll here. Purpose for evade speed could be nice, but let's not go overboard right away.
Yeah, you need something with a longer barrel.
I do still need some amount of damage. Global. Some ranged could be good. What's the Athenas of Remnant? That's a good question. Anything I could benefit from in the gray health department? Hardened Coil could be okay, honestly.
Good for big game, but not so much what I'm after.
Haste, but running Anastasias would be better because I do have regrowth, so that would just perma-proc it. I'd have that even when I don't have gray health. Ring redundancy issue. Oh yeah, I didn't test how shields interact with this thing. Let me do that. I'll just use Shielded Heart. What do you look like again? I rarely use you. Alright, there you are. Okay, bypasses. That's potentially very, very useful. That's potentially very useful. What do I have in there? Bandit? Yeah, I don't need that. I need something for more actual damage. If I was doing Debt Trigger, Kill Switch would make a lot of sense. Fetid Wounds. Probably Fetid Wounds. I'm not really going to use the mod much. The range damage increase from Twisting Wounds won't apply to the explosion. But the corrosion from this will act as a debuff to make the explosion do more, so that just makes more sense. Battery would be pretty good if the mod did a little more damage, to be honest. Anguish painful to get or tedious? Just like a little tedious. I got it on my first actual attempt trade secret. It's just like you need to know where to go for a bunch of steps. You need to have started a campaign post DLC, so like after installation of the DLC, I should say. And then just clear up to Root Earth to have all the campaign spots you need, because it requires a Labyrinth spot and a Root Earth spot, and the guy won't be there unless it's a new campaign. You can like aim your cursor at where he would be, and the game knows he's there, but he doesn't appear unless you start a new campaign. And then it's just like you need to have access to the Talratha boss room. That's the other annoying one. So I suppose you could potentially have that on your campaign, but I just went and grabbed it in adventure mode. If we're talking minimum tedium, you'd have a campaign that had Talratha cleared up to Root Earth, and then you would just need to get the manor in adventure mode. You have any tips on spawning aberrations post-event to get the new mutators? Having lots of trouble getting them to show up. I've heard that farming the Root Nexus, the open world one, not the side dungeon one, is pretty good for that. Just be in the Root Nexus event and don't kill the tree. Just let the elites keep spawning. I like different campaigns, cool, unique for each person. Yeah, I agree. Have to try the Root Nexus. Hey Ken, how are you? Love Mewtwo in my Terror raids. Did someone bring Mewtwo? Being unable to get the thing you want just because of RNG different campaign way later. That's the only downside from what I can see. I agree, Jacqueline. It's nice that there's very few items that require specific campaign states. I would honestly prefer that number would be 0, but it adds some depth and some replay value. It's not the worst. Yup, several times. Who would bring a Mewtwo? Fucking sharpness, stab, ceaseless edge. Like, same people who bring Pikachu. Same people. Matter if it's in story or adventure mode. Roll currently in adventure. It shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter. As long as the Root Nexus has not died, you should be able to just do the thing. It doesn't take long to get access to it again on a new Yeisha adventure. Like, it's just post the first dungeon, right? If it's in your world. Where you see turn 1 still gets one shot. Amazing. I'll Pikachu. Go on. is that not benefiting from the debuff? 362. Wait, unequip that. Of course you crit on that one. Okay, no, it is benefiting. Yeah. Twisted Wounds is just, or Fetid Wounds, rather, is just the play here. Now, I'm trying to leverage the Necklace of Flowing Life, Ring of Omens combo, so I have my fun Misty Step stuff. And I can use this for mod gen. But, like, the mod on this not being terribly useful means I would want the mod in the other slot to be picking up the slack. And I'm going to want that to be something that doesn't really require my necklace to be all that. So, Nightfall seems like a good option there. Being perfectly honest. Savior could be okay. Although maybe I just use that to sustain rounds for the range crit chance over here. Maybe even go hot shot there. I don't have Red Ring of Death. But I don't think I need it right now. I could probably get away with being in flop. Michael Heart makes some sense here. Got my traits assigned. Let's see how this does in flop. Running Planeswalker for stam reduction.
Those guns at Brabus sells are better for killing than hunting.
Let's try Dark Fluid. Not having detonation trigger is going to make this super fucking scuffed, but... yeah, reduced stam cost from Juggernaut is good too. But... let's just see what happens. Hey, Hanyolo. Koraidon these nuts. Someone's bringing Koraidon. Yeah, the, Samurai raid, Koraidon goes crazy. Just as a support mon. But then you can just very easily set up Sun 3 Swords Dance and start clicking Grass Terra Blast. Or honestly, it'd probably be better to go Electric Terra Blast. And then just run Covert Cloak so that Bulldoze doesn't drop your speed. Just have Drain Punch for recovery. But also Miraidon with Parabolic Charge is just dumb. I'm jiggling these nuts from time to time. Their Koraidon and Cook Like Yours. I think the best version of Terra Gigantamax, etc. is Mega Evolutions. I think Mega Evolutions were fucking stupid. And incredibly sleeper. Z moves were OP and also stupid. I think Terra is the best version. Like, Glenny and I were watching some old VGC Worlds footage back the other day, and I don't think people remember how insanely fucking stupid matches were with Megas and Z moves. And it was like, at turn 1 of every game was Mega, Mega. Turn 2 of every game was Z move, Z move. Every game. Mega Kang or Gengar. One of the matches we were watching was Mega Gengar doing Perish Trap stuff for everything it couldn't hit with Shadow Ball. The Megas look cool. They absolutely looked cool. Just it's so weird when people try to claim that Megas were good gameplay. They weren't ever at any point. Okay, yeah, Anguish's damage is real sad. I think this strat of having this stand mitigation for really effective Misty Step usage isn't bad. Like you can see it's taken a lot more without Planeswalker active, but yeah, I think that's something I'd revisit once Anguish doesn't suck. Hey, Mr. Glenn, thank you for taking care of Sybil. I appreciate it. You do fist melees and Remnant 2, they not exist. You can use Brass Knuckles. They get unarmed scaling. Guess I have to remember to use my relic. Or my damage as well. Just Brass Knuckles? Yeah. Knuckle Dusters. They get unarmed scaling on top of melee scaling. And they're one of the faster hitting weapons. They have a very narrow hitbox, but that's the trade-off.
This way, Tran. They're here!
Wait, is that actually just fire damage? That looks like it's fire damage. Idea. We pivot a little bit. Certainly looked like it was fire damage. I'm coping hard trying to get value out of this thing, but let me cook. Let's do that for now. On applies there. Red Ring of Death would be good. I don't really have a way of getting the benefit of Sin String super consistently, so I'll hold off on that. Destroyer wouldn't be bad here because that wouldn't affect the explosion. Well, it wouldn't lower the explosion damage, it would increase it. So let's see how that goes. No, I don't have like anything in the way of range damage right now, so I guess I do go range damage over here. Probably best to just go healing effectiveness over here. I still have my Misty stuff. And that's my gray health status right now. Gray Moments is taking 12.6. If I want boost stam costs 10.8, yeah. If I had a Ghoul Serum active, 6.2. It's better to just have the Ghoul Serum on. This creates a case for Alchemist. Or Medic. I could just keep a Ghoul Serum on. Their fist weapons in BG3. Yeah, like, fist weapons would be weaker than fists. Like, Monk is crazy in that game. Like, what do you mean? And you can do Weapon Monk and it's fully viable. I kind of want more Bloodstream here. It's just, I don't know where best to grab that. Maybe less Kinship, more Bloodstream? I could try that. Game, don't crash from me trying to respec. Game. Oh, yeah, okay. Good job, Remnant. Traits are not good for this game. I get a lot of traits related crashes. I'm gonna have to force close my game. There's one time I was trying to change loadouts and it crashed, and I think that was because of it trying to move my traits in a way that it couldn't really handle. Cooking too hard. We burned the kitchen down. Evan, did you clean your butt before you got on my bed? I can't see it. I'm gonna believe you this time. Believe you this time. Stupid, cute, stinky cat. Hey, what did that set me back to? guess we could stick with Tranquil Heart for now. Plus Gray Health Rate doesn't seem as effective as plus healing effectiveness, though. I don't have any weak spot damage, so that is attractive formula-wise, but elemental damage is gonna help the dots and the fire explosion. And yeah, this creates a situation where Alchemist is great because then I get potency for free, so my Ghoul Serum will have really good uptime. Global damage to boost both parts of the Anguish. I could go Medic and then constantly be making progress towards getting a relic charge back because I'm always hurting myself. And it increases the gray health threshold hit thing. Maybe I try that first. I could run the shield skill. My skills aren't doing too much for me here. Rampage would be a better pick, but I'm gonna use this for the anti-stagger, I think, and just see what happens. Let me cook. Yeah, we don't go flowing life here. We're gonna try out Sun, because that'll boost Sparkfire and Hotshot. And we still have Misty Step. Okay, I was assigning trait points. Or no, I changed classes. Don't crash. Thank you. Fortify Barkskin, Amplitude. A 4 Siphoner. Max Bloodstream. Max Regrowth. Vigor. I'm gonna want Fitness as well. I guess Swiftness makes some sense. And a long shot would make some sense too. But I don't have Resonance right now. So we'll go half Fitness. Two off Siphoner. Max Resonance. I don't have any kinship right now, though. Maybe this is a no fitness setup. See how I do without it. Kinship is necessary so that that can't kill me. It doesn't seem to be able to kill me on the ground anyway. I don't have Glutton. My relic use speed is still, like, questionable. But my upfront damage should be pretty good. Like, in general. My mod gen could be better. What can I do about that? I could go Malevolence over Destroyer. Fix that immediately. We'll see if that's necessary.
Outside
like that hurts me. That's why I need kinship. I can corrode myself.
Outsiders, get 'em! Take 'em out! Outsiders, get 'em! Got you,
Hmm.
Oh, that was rough.
I think maybe instead of Destroyer, like I have Global Boost. I'm good on that. I could go Red Ring of Death to beef up the existing dot. Malevolence should completely solve my mod gen issue though. So I need to keep Fairy Needle and Ghoul Serum up as often as possible. I'm not an alchemist, so I don't have potency, so I'm gonna have to reapply often, but that's just a scrap check. And an attention span check. Which I'll be alright. Yeah, they last for a minute each.
What the hell happened here? Stop them! It's nothing. There's lots of us, a little of you. Monster!
And because I've hit the threshold to get a free relic charge back, as soon as I'm no longer at max, just get it next time I heal, yeah. That allows me to keep Tranquil Heart's uptime very high.
It's nothing.
Ah, okay. Alchemist would be good there for dot resistance. $124 Canadian to buy a DLCs. Won't take longer than 8 hours of gameplay and a season pass. Think not. What are we referring to?
Target practice.
That's why we need to cook. We cooking.
Life is pain.
Destiny 2. Ugh. Just Everything about that sounded wrong, but as soon as you said it was Destiny 2, it sounded in line with expectations. I don't know what that says.
Can't miss with this.
Anguish looks like a struggle. It's interesting, Renzo. It's not good, but like mechanically, it's got a lot of interesting stuff going on. Surprise doesn't bleed, it's off the aesthetic and name. Yeah, it having an innate dot would do a lot for it. Like, it is explosive, so detonation trigger goes hard here. It's just forcing you to commit an amulet slot for one gun is a big ask. It's something I'm usually willing to do because I like detonation trigger. But interestingly, the explosion seems to be fire damage. So sun benefits that. That helps it. And then if I have other sources of fire dots, then the burning increase from sun is pretty good too. If I give that up, I don't like the idea of doing this, but let me cook. I think I underestimated Light Cleric in BG3, making enemies miserable with reverb's been super fun. Light Cleric's pretty good. Yeah, I underestimated it for a bit as well. Got good domain spells, good channel divinity usage, good reaction. Light Cleric is good. Morning, Dudley. How you doing? Morning, Urban Mech. Not the reload. Are we cooking or we copium? We're working on it. The goal here is to mechanically understand how to make Anguish good, so that when it is good, we have a setup for it. And I think we made some interesting progress towards that. So like the explosions don't get range damage. So stacking range damage is probably not the best way to get damage out of the thing. The explosions are fire damage. The damage you take while charging it is not damage, it's just gray health conversion. So stuff like Necklace of Flowing Life is pretty interesting there. Shooting a bunch of individual bullets open anything up. No more than it would for other shotguns. Like, you know, I guess you could bandit and go widespread and have a decent shot at getting a bandit refund, but bandit does not do anything for the damage of this gun, and the thing the gun needs right now is damage. So potentially, after a massive buff, bandit could become worth it, the same way, you know, bandit on any shotgun is good. But that's for right now. I think giving it a dot does a lot more for its output. And because Twisted Wounds gives range damage, which is something the explosion doesn't benefit from, I think Fetid Wounds is best in slot here because the explosion will benefit from the corrosion debuff.
Get the outsider! Kill him!
About charge time? I think charge time would be good. I just don't think it's worth any of the slots you can get it in right now. Like, I think you need the damage more than you need the charge time. Currently.
Here I come!
These other shotguns only notice 1 damage number. So you get multiple damage numbers if you are far away enough with enough spread. So like the more spread reduction you have, the worse shotguns are with Bandit. Disclaimer, this behavior may have changed at some point. I know they've specifically targeted Bandit behavior across multiple weapons. But basically, like, if you were to go to the target range and just shoot at one target and make sure all the buckshot hits one enemy, you're not getting many Bandit procs. If you step back and you're hitting 3 dummies, you're getting more procs. So bad spread is better when doing Bandit shotguns. I should sit for the ammo. I really do feel like Debt Trigger Tormented Heart makes a little more sense overall here, but well, I want Sun to cook. Ellie resist, of course. Forgot how much damage non-ritualist thoughts do. Yeah. Yeah.
So many bones to break.
Piezoelectric, Zoazancellite, Adenosine triphosphate, Draconian, Bamboozle, Ball.
I found Draconian the most satisfying one there. What about you guys? Urban Mac, thank you for the prime and the 34 months. Continuing the tradition. Ah, I deserve that. Okay, so I think switching and doing like an Anguish shot in between firing a better weapon is probably the play. Ellie Resist is definitely fucking with the results here. But I don't think it's hopeless. I'm hoping. Classic solution of using a better weapon, of course. Ow. I'm coping, but it's still fun.
Woo! Yeah! That's right!
Surely it'll be better against the enemies that don't have Ellie Resist, right? Right? Start making a list of ones that TTS is really good and put them all in for 48 months or something. Ooh, that sounds fun. Also, that trigger and then Hanai Crystal is like just better there. It's just better. Do I want to lose the tank? And I like the flavor of the Misty Step. Let me think for a minute. Let's try non-Misty Step. Because I really want to be as charitable as I can towards Anguish's damage potential, you know? I'm gonna range damage over there for healing effectiveness. I don't want to lower my corrosive resist that much, actually. Anything that's fire and corrosive resistant in this slot that isn't Letos? That isn't a bad value? Not really. Not really, huh? Wonder why that is. Oh, well. Fashion it is. That's all the way down to light roll. I don't want to be in light roll. It's 50 for that. No, it's... I got way more room to work with there. Okay. 65. Cool. Do I have enough to do technician? No, I have to go down from there, but that's fine. I should really make a spreadsheet of armor combos to hit certain brackets. This will be fine for now. That's okay for now. Medic and Alchemist have the same for their damage perks, right? Yeah, they do. Okay. Alchemist would just let me have more concoctions on. Which, honestly, could be better. How valuable is Medic being to me right now? Not super valuable. Can I reset my campaign if I want to get Anguish? Yeah, Justin, you need a campaign that you've started post-installing the DLC. I ran into the same thing where I tried to use my one from before. You gotta reset. Let's try Stone Mist. Though I don't get the Relic use speed there. No, I'll stick with Medic, because Relic use speed and free triage is pretty good. We'll go that route. I'll try that out. Having trouble farming corrupted shards. I've heard that farming the root nexus. There's two of them on Yesha. Not the one in the side dungeon, you want the one that's outside by the checkpoint, the big crystal. Farming that one without completing the event, I've heard that that's a good place. I've not done it myself, but I've heard good things. What type of root nexus? The big tree, though, the one that's outside That's the boss health bar. It's not the one at the end of the side dungeon, it's the one that's outside.
Maybe I should check out that castle. Stand together! Kill the outsider! They can't be trusted! We're being invaded!
Right, AFKing there, didn't spawn anything. You need to do some damage to it. Like, as far as I know, you need to damage it a little bit to trigger some spawns, but don't kill it. And then when you get it low enough that it's in danger of dying, you just die and reset.
What do we have here? This'll hurt.
Oh, I deserve that. I'm too used to Max Glutton. I need to remember how to find that out.
Intruders! Leave us alone, trespasser!
Try not to use Spark Shot if I can avoid it. The idea here is Anguish. Like, if you hit perfect charge shots, the DPS on this thing isn't terrible. I shoot an Apoc. I'm not really sure the impact
Glad that's over.
Apoc has on elite frequency, like by the percentage. I would say if you're comfortable playing on Apoc, then yeah, do it on Apoc. If you're not already playing on Apoc, I don't think you really need to rush to increase. Like, you're always gonna farm more efficiently on the difficulty you can actually clear without too much trouble, right?
There's lots of us, and little of you! There you are. No outsiders here!
Oh, I'm dead. Unless you don't double tap. Oh no, I'm good then. Sick. How does that miss? Like, this weapon isn't currently hopeless. If you hit perfect charge shots into weak spots with fetid wounds, it's not bad. But I feel like that's such a specific set of circumstances that, like, I get why people clown on this gun right now. Thoughts on the new guns? Are they any better than the current Deceit, Crescent Bow, Nightfall? The new long gun shotgun, the Sparkfire, is incredibly good, especially with the support for all the dots and stuff right now. It's a very high tier weapon and definitely worth grabbing. The rest of them, not really, but they're fun. Supposedly Anguish is this is the new like Archon level hidden item type thing. Supposedly it's bugged right now, and that's why it's not performing very well. But as for the other stuff, nothing too memorable.
This isn't looking good.
Sparkfire is the only gun I missed. I missed it too. It took me a couple tries of going back and resetting to grab it. I didn't think it'd be great. The big thing about it is it's got a built-in dot, but it's also got an open mod slot. You can apply 3 dots per trigger pull with it. And dots are really good right now if you're not on a ritualist. Any standout new mutators? Fetid Wounds is a big favorite of mine. It's this one. It's like Twisted Wounds, but corrosion instead. And instead of range damage, you get additional crit chance per status. So 15% crit chance, and an extra source of corrosive dot. It's baby corrosive rounds, but in your mutator slot instead of your mod slot. That's the really big one. The melee ones are mostly all just kind of meh. The corrupted weapons stand out. I really like Corrupted Merciless. It's very situational and when it's good, but I like it. Corrupted Aphelion is really good for launching yourself or enemies. Got a lot of knockback on the explosion. Corrupted Rune Pistol seems good. I haven't gotten that one yet. I haven't used or gotten Corrupted Rune Pistol and Corrupted Meridian yet. Corrupted Deceit just seems pretty bad, I'm gonna be honest. It seems pretty awful. Because, like, in what universe would you use it over regular Deceit? It's at best the same thing, but slower and less often. Eh.
This one looks dangerous.
Spent the last 7 hours trying to find corrupt shards I gotten on. Yeah, it's just you have a chance to get one of those aberrations anytime you get an elite. So you could be very lucky, you could be very unlucky. RNG is a fickle mistress. So I was away. Is this thing even aggroed to me? I guess it's not. That's good to know. Yeah, back to the mutators topic, because I think that's a good thing to talk about, Dan. Um, a lot of them are redundant, like with existing things that have like some surface level. Maybe you do something like guts is cool. Um, melee crit chance when gray health is present, melee crit damage depending on how much gray health you have. But like the very obvious elephant in the room is when is guts gonna be more practical to use over I could find the fucking thing. Imagine me remembering melee mutators when I'm talking shit about melee mutators. What's the thing? There's one that's just there we go. Overdrive. Overdrive. Ugh. When is guts ever gonna be more relevant than overdrive? And the answer is fucking never. Because this you just get the crit chance and crit damage for critting. But this one requires you to have gray health, and then for the crit damage you need to have a lot of gray health. So getting uptime on the first effect here is fairly easy. You're counted as having gray health while you're bleeding. And there's a ring in the DLC that just puts perma bleed on you. So that's good. If you want just good crit consistency, Guts is good at that. But it absolutely sucks at the crit damage. So who cares about that when melee crit chance is already easy to boost to the point where you can get that first crit to get overdrive going, and then overdrive will make further crits even easier. Especially, you can get multiple overdrive procs from, say, one World's Edge Shockwave. It's just better, objectively. A lot of the new DLC gear and mutators fall into that sort of problem. Where they do something you can already do, but worse. Run a shotgun swap build with fetid wounds, corrosive, and flame mods on both, and bleed mutator, so essentially a non-dots dot build. That's one of the stronger things you can do right now, just because you can get a lot of dot support going with basically no investment other than rounds, which are going to increase your damage and give you other stats, and then your mutators, which are also just going to increase your damage. But since dots are good right now, going with some support over here from like Red Ring of Death, Bandit the Fanatic, Hanai Crystal, like it's really hard to justify not doing that on most setups right now, since it's just damage.
I don't like the looks of this.
Even on something like Hunter Gunslinger, you're at the very least running this and then rounds plus mutators. Because it's too good not to. Owie. Ooh. Anguish took more of my health than I was ready for there. Putting Edgelord on World's Edge so I can charge attack off quicker. Yeah, I'm a fan of Edgelord there. I'm using Tainted Blade right now for another source of corrosive damage. But that's pretty good too. Like, hitting the charge shots there, it does okay. Gear-wise, running Dried Clearing, Whispering Marl, defense plus offense feels like such great survivability. Oh yeah, that combo's fantastic. Great survivability, great damage. Like, all damage is a great stat. But then Bulwark is incredible defensively as well. So just getting both for such low opportunity costs, that's a really good combo. I'm a big fan of that. My game has crashed in here from breaking too many things at once. It's also fun to just break things. Oh. Okay, hi.
Then stay down.
I do need more shards, I'll take that. Yeah, I do really feel like Detonation Trigger is the play for Anguish. I've wanted to investigate Sun, Hot Shot, Red Ring of Death, Spark Fire, because that's just a lot of boosts to things that overlap with each other. Feels pretty good. It's got the usual weakness of fire immune enemies and water everywhere, though.
Damn it!
I have no blight resistance, do I? Shit. I should probably do something about that. Being an alchemist would be great. But I ain't doing that. Okay, so since this dude's corrosive immune, I think I go with Stormbringer. This is just going to be a complete non-factor here. I would be better off with Enigma. Just to have the presence of Overload. That seems like work to switch all that out. So I'm just not gonna. We'll put this on. It's not gonna matter if I give myself corrode resistance with how squishy I am at the moment, but we'll see. Of course you have elemental resist. Ow. Awkward, but to be expected when I can't apply a main source of damage. I'm gonna leave Stormbringer on for a bit and see what I can do with that. Maybe I see how that can cook. Go all in on the fire dot stuff. I guess having Mudrub on would make some sense to resist my own explosions. Never forget your consumables, chat. They're super fucking useful. The resistance ones, even without being an alchemist, they last for 10 minutes. Hey, Red Scorpion, how you doing? Addicts speak that. Listen, Pris. If I'm not out of consumables, I ain't trying. Hey, Wookie. Messing around with Hunter Ritualist using the Monarch. How's it treating you? Oh, hi, friend. Not having the dot from
Okay.
my melee is weird. I need this to crit. Yeah, like I have to apply the corrosion there. This doesn't do shit. Is that worth dropping the range damage over here? I don't think it is. Though I do have range from Hot Shot. Like, consistency is important right now. I'll try it. We'll play it out. Because what's Anguish's base crit chance? 5. So 20 with max fetid wounds, which I won't have. Or no, that goes up to 3. So I can have that. So 20, 30, 35, 45. Yeah, that's not terrible. Not too bad, actually. It's crypt lead build. Needs some fine-tuning. Monarch's one of those things I would really like to mess around with more, because it's very mechanically interesting. It's just, 1, it seems a little bit weak right now. And 2, it's very loud, so I don't enjoy using it. That trigger tormented heart would go so crazy here. Self-control. Self-control. This is a different setup. Self-control. Like, that would have gotten that kill too. Self-control. Like, Sun makes that dot stronger. That's what we're here for. Need to get Ritualist final skills. I think with that, it could be a real boss killer. The awkward thing about that Wookiee is currently with how Ritualist works, the more you level your Ritualist, the weaker your dots get. So you're not getting stronger from leveling it currently. You're actually getting weaker. And that skill is awkward in that Death Wish provides you only a little bit more damage than Jester's Spell. You know, 20 versus 35%. Same damage type. However, it doesn't give you, say, this cast speed, and it's got less uptime. Because, at best, if you went all in on cooldown, you could manage, what, like 50% Death Wish uptime? So, like, mathematically, it's not very valuable for your skill slot. Because Ritualist's other 2 skills are really, really good. Because, like, you do more damage to enemies that are corroded, you do more damage to enemies that have statuses if you're using, you know, Ahanai Crystal and, Singed Ring. So the others increase your damage a lot more, with fewer downsides, better uptime, they're just better. What exactly did Red Ring of Death do? I thought it would let me stack any element that I apply more than once. 708 Most Cistern, let's go. Doesn't seem to do that. So what it does, Renzo, is when you apply a dot, it does 2 stacks instead. And it allows the stack limit to go to 4 instead of 3. And it's another dot of equal value that ticks concurrently. So all of your dots are 10% weaker, but each time you apply a dot, you do 2 instead. Got a question? What's up, Honey Bunny? Only seems to do that for first element applied. Yeah, it'll only do it to one that you apply per source. So like you'll only get the benefit of that on one dot type, like per enemy at a time. But it's still a massive increase in DPS. Like if I go up and I need crit right now. Anguish. Oh well, that's fine too. I'll get it against you down here, right? Anguish is being Anguish right now. Hang on. Okay, yeah. Two corrosion there. And if I do this, basically it won't double both my bleed and my fire from Sparkfire. It'll only double one of them. It doubled my fire there. But then on that one, it doubled my bleed. Would using Sparkfire hinder it since Sparkfire is most likely to proc first? No, because Sparkfire's dot wears off very fast. It's a very short duration. Like, by the time your next shot happens, it'll likely have worn off. So it'll double your whatever your rounds are applying or whatever your mutator is applying, because that's from my unscientific testing your priority. Like, if I apply bleed, it's what gets 2. If I don't apply bleed, then it's just my fire. Except that's not at all what it did there. So yeah, no, it's not doing that. So strike that from the record. That time it's double bleed. But in either case, it only does one of them.
Oh, glad that's over.
I was playing Remnant 2, right? Learned some items added DLC free to everyone, like Sinister Totem. Like to ask, doing dot build, why not Sinister Totem? Sinister Totem's good. Two fire, 1 bleed. It's not gonna double everything. It'll just pick one. Double my corrosion there. Basically, the way I think it can work is you can only have one status applied by Red Ring of Death at a time. And for that reason, it works well with the Sparkfire, because if your Sparkfire's dot is the one that's doubled, well then that wears off. So then you can double something else. I don't see you use it though, and I'm curious as to why. Because I'm using other things right now, because I feel like using other things. And I did use Sinister Totem a bunch yesterday. And you just provided a reason in your sentence there. I don't see you use it though, and I'm curious as to why. Followed by, I mean, we have necklaces just as strong or stronger. There you go, there's your why. I know it exists, I know it's good, I have it, and I've used it. I'm doing Sun right now currently because it boosts your upfront fire damage, it boosts your fire dots, and I'm applying 3 stacks of fire dots per trigger pull here. And because earlier I was doing Misty Step stuff, and Sun is a Misty Step amulet. Welcome back, Sora. I've been back to Yoshi, yeah, since the DLC dropped. Yeah, they added with the patch a few items to each of the worlds. Not just in the DLC area. Obviously, Losom's the place that changed the most, but others were affected. I always found Sun weird as Misty Step necklace personally. Why? The amulets that enable Misty Step are just the ones with the names of the relevant lore things in Geisha. Sun, Moon, Life, Death, Ravager, Do. Most of the necklaces have a benefit for losing health or having gray health, and there's some that don't, like Ravagers, Do, and Sun. Yeah, thematically, it's the reason I presented. In terms of mechanically, yeah, Misty Step does not really... In truth, it doesn't mesh well with any of them. Like, unless they've corrected this issue, the gray health conversion that takes place from doing the Misty Step doesn't even interact with life, which, like, fucking what, man?
Great, more bad news.
But that's because gray health as a mechanic is, let's call it backseat. They added a lot of support for it in the DLC, which makes it feel less of an afterthought, but gray health is kind of, scuffed in this game. Suppose I don't really need Bloodstream right now. Ow. Wait, does it really not blow up if you swap too soon? I need to test this. No, it still does. I don't know why it looked like it didn't. Wait, does it not blow up if the enemy dies? Is that what it was? Hmm. Something like Death or Moon work with it somewhat. Moon gives life steal to get your gray health back. Death is damage boost if you're not full. Yeah, they interact. But you see, here's where it comes in that Sun is just a better amulet than all of those. So, like, sure, it might not connect with Misty Step as directly, but it has the massive upside of Sun being actually good, unlike the other ones. It's not for some niche case, Honey Bunny. It's Sun is good. Like, Sun is good. Full Moon Circlet is a bad item. This has two effects that seem good. That isn't for some niche case. I misread. You're right. Yeah. Like, this is something that seems good. 3% life steal sounds good. 20% range damage sounds good. But 20% range damage in the amulet slot? No. This is a 20% to your fire damage, but then also a 50% to your fire dots. There's some very good fire dots. This is just, like, good. Yeah. And I think it's one of those things where, like, there's so many items in this game, right? Some of them, they went for a theme and then just didn't make sure the item was good. I wonder if it was a time thing. I wonder if it was a, hey, not everything needs to be good thing, because that's absolutely true. You don't need every item to be competing at a top level with each other. I still skip that in case it crashes. Make come. Yes, my king. Oh, I got very greedy there. Thought I was tankier than I was. Extreme greed. Do I really need to be running Tranquil Heart right now? Not really. Like, this isn't killing me that fast. Like, I'm out healing it currently. This is a good way to just set myself up to get the free, charge. But just sitting here. I think this is one of the best uses of Anguish right now. Fishing to change hearty to either thick or fruity. I didn't know he does this twice. Owie. Ow. I don't think I've seen that attack before. Ow. Really? Really? Don't you ever groan like that again.
Yeah, how's that, huh? Oh, you ain't so tough. Yeah, you ain't so
DLC got DLC moves. It's just a massive buff to fire. If you can use anything fire, I'm missing like a cool idea. Replicate ever. Ravager's amulet works in like 4 things. Technically 5 would count the bleed heavy attack ring. Yeah, Ravager's isn't even the most potent thing that works with bleed either. So it's a knockoff of a better amulet that has a consolation prize of like working with Misty stuff, and that's not enough of an upside. I don't think, anyway. So let's go back to Debt Trigger Land with Tormented Heart. Definitely LE damage there. Would I go healing effectiveness? I don't know that I would. Like, consumable use speed would be cool for throwing pipe bombs faster. A little usage of that. I think healing effectiveness is also good. Let's see, 28.75. Is this actually affected by lifesteal? By healing effectiveness, rather. He's dead, he just doesn't know it yet. Mm-hmm. Satisfied groan. Yeah, yeah. Uh, One True King's an interesting fella. He's, everyone's got their things they get their jollies from. I guess that's the takeaway here. Seen people running Debt Trigger with Savior and Anguish. I'm a big fan of Savior, yeah. I'm a big fan of Debt Trigger as well. I think Debt Trigger is currently the best way to get value out of Anguish because you can scale the dot from this up way higher than you can scale the gun itself in terms of potency. It also gives you access to things like, this for increasing your damage. I'm a simple guy. Tainted Blade is just too good to not run there. So, Hotshot... Red Ring of Death, Sparkfire, that's 3 stacks of fire applied. If I applied Debt Trigger from something else, then yeah, I could have 4 stacks of fire going on an enemy. Kinda makes me want to run something to increase that, but eh. Corrupted Merciless is a lot better than thought. I like Corrupted Merciless. Like a purely single target version of Savior. You had to run through the pain of getting Anguish. It's honestly not that bad, Wookie. I think people exaggerate how annoying it is to get. I think it's also a little exaggerated how bad it is. It's definitely not good right now, relative to anything that fills its role. Like, it's bad compared to other shotguns. It's bad compared to other explosive weapons. It's bad compared to other charge-ups. But it's not like you can't do anything with it. Like, that's a decent amount of impact from one trigger pull. 729 up front, and then you're getting the double corrosive dots from Red Ring of Death. Fetid Wounds. You're getting the explosion, and then you're getting the fire dot. Like, it's not a bad gun. Good would be a stretch, but it's not bad. Now, granted, this is with very specific investment. I think mid would be a good way of putting Anguish. And in the grand scheme of things, mid with downsides, such as hurting you for charging it, if you're not somehow taking advantage of that a charging mechanic, then, that can suck. I like running Regenerator to take advantage of that. But there's like better ways. Like just having this jerky on for that constant gray health conversion. It's gonna be very slow, but it's like, hey, you have some amount of gray health as long as this outpaces your health regen, which for me right now it doesn't. Because I have Bloodstream. crash my game. I'll probably die. I've fallen off something during the quest chain. I'll get it eventually. You don't have to really run close to any edges or anything. At least none that you could easily fall off of until the part where you need access to the Talratha boss room. But what you could do is when you reset your campaign to go through, just make sure you're doing it on a campaign that has Talratha. Because then you don't have to do a clear up to that point. Like, the ideal campaign for it would be Talratha Nightweaver, because you have to go through to the Tormented Asylum checkpoint, and you have to go through to the Forgotten Prison checkpoint, both of which are, you know, right before the boss of the adventure. But if you did that in a campaign setting on your way to unlocking Root Earth, then there would be no combat at all you would have to do to get to each of those things. Like, that's the way you can proof it. if you're worried about that. Last time I was trying to force a Misty Step build for a thematic sniper build when I realized it was more hassles where it just went up to collar necklace. Yeah, unfortunately Misty Step is still just kind of pretty shit. It's nice for getting extra distance, but it ain't good. As much as I like the weak spot damage for coping my way into thinking that that's doing more, I think I get more value out of ranged crit chance. Traits wise, amplitude, resonance, glutton, two siphoner, bark skin, vigor, regrowth. Do I want flashcaster here?
I bet Riggs could help me out. I should stop by sometime.
So I don't need to be in normal roll. I could go into heavy roll here for a lot more armor. What if it's flashcaster give me? Yeah, I guess if I go back to using Wellspring. And then we go half kinship. Because I don't think I need full kinship to live. Go back to Wellspring over there. I just love that. How much does that hurt me? An amount. Maybe I do need more kinship. But I think that's a little more than I'm willing to take. I don't know that I need Siphoner. I could just go a half Flashcaster. 25%. Yeah, that's still plenty fast. Yeah, with that trigger, that's not bad.
Game, but not so much for what I'm after.
So I can go... Not an alchemist right now, so I'm hesitant to drop my corrode resist by much. Tried guts hugs with corrupted merciless. Auto reloading sniper is not something I thought I needed. I'm a fan of corrupted merciless. I don't play hugs, but by guts. Guts as in this? Or you mean Gunslinger Challenger? I did some Gunslinger Challenger with Corrupted Merciless. I liked it. That's the fire resist. I haven't crit myself yet. My corrode resist is not good. Stupid, no you're not. Stop that. So I need some corrode resist here. I think some from Leto's. A little more from going Mark 1. It's so ugly. I hate it. It's so ugly. Dendroid chest has a lot of corrode resist. This is still normal roll. No shock resist, but like, do I care? It's so ugly though. I can't. It's so fucking ugly. We have transmog. Like void is a little less. Still not. We have transmog. I'm just gonna try to look drippy. I'm gonna do my best. Haunted cage is a lot of corrode. Okay, that's good to know. That's good info. If I'm in heavy roll, this is just a little more optimal. And that's what keeps me out of... Yeah, that's what keeps me out of that roll of flop. Okay. Ignore the clipping. You don't need to worry about that. I could do that and then not have clipping at all, actually. This is better. I don't think I need armor effectiveness down there as much as... I could just go Elia resist there and then not worry as much, because that's 10 in each. It's honestly pretty good. Very underrated. That would offset me not being Alchemist a little bit. Allow me to prioritize armor rating a little bit more here. Let's see, I have an extra 0.2 to work with here. I need 6.9. Nice. But it's not more armor. Yeah, why is not at home terrible? It's an interesting choice, balance-wise. Okay, I think we rock with this for now. I don't love Malevolence here. but I think without running Maelstrom Nebula, that's a concession I'm gonna have to make. Just means I get pretty good uptime on Hotshot. Very okay with. Hotshot is my range damage formula-wise. Along with Twisted Wounds. I have access to every status except for Overload, but honestly maintaining Overload with Fnatic is awkward enough that I don't care. I should. I don't. Let's see how this plays. There were a couple items I needed from Sunarud. When you said Forgotten Fields is a good shard farm, what do you mean? Like, how's a good farm? The root nexus, just damage it to trigger the elite spawns. You have a chance of getting those special aberrations. They replace elite spawns. That's the way they work. So you just want anything that forces elite spawns. And as you damage the root nexus, but don't kill it, it spawns elites. So it just gives you a bunch of chances to get those aberrations. Brightstone trigger dead. I have to try that. Big if true. I'm so slow. I miss the move speed. Did hope that higher difficulties improve the spawn chance. Yeah, someone earlier mentioned that the chance goes up to 25% on Apoc, supposedly.
You tell me. Now, you must bring me the souls in.
I don't know. I really only play on Apoc. But it's one of those things, as long as you can clear efficiently on Apoc, then yeah, no reason not to. But even with higher rates, you are always going to farm more efficiently on a difficulty where you do not ever get walled out. Like, if 30% of the time you get... Hey, sure, buddy. If 30% of the time you get killed by a successful aberration spawn because you're on Apoc, but if that never happens to you when you're on Nightmare, well, Nightmare's more efficient. For you. Since it's Black Friday, I'm getting all these email notifications like, oh, last chance for Black Friday deals. But the way it gets cut off on my phone, it's last chance for black. Like, You wanna elaborate there, email? like to play on Vet and Nightmare. I can do Apoc just fine with any of my builds. Just want to wear some fashion and still be able to take more than one hit. And yeah, by all means, farm on a difficulty where you can do so comfortably. If you want to be able to have that extra tank independently of your armor stat, then there's going to be some builds that are going to be better for that, obviously. So maybe that can factor into your decision. I haven't played Remnant 2 yet, thoughts on the overall gameplay, story, etc. I'm a big fan. I enjoy it a lot. Game's only gotten better over time. I like the depth of the build crafting. I like how it's a game that even once you know it well, it can punish you for not respecting a mechanic enough or for not paying enough attention. But it is never a game that feels unfair. It's cool. Ooh, I've been lucky on these today. Xer, though?
That's it. For now.
Hey, Loading. How are you? The story is pretty cool, Trim Booty. I didn't really care about the story in From the Ashes at all, but Remnant 2 got me invested. Overall, one of the things I really do like about the game is it respects your time. There's plenty of things to grind out and progress, but never in a way that feels like they're trying to trick you into playing their video game. The way something like Borderlands does.
Here they come.
Or Diablo. Obviously a different genre, but it's worth mentioning. Rolled into blanket burrito. I want a burrito. Why do I like this? Not felt this good about a game in years. It's tough, but it's also rewarding. Yeah, it's tough in a way that doesn't feel cheap. And of course, if you're good at the Souls-like format, if you're very good at shooters and build crafting games in general, any amount of skills in those areas can make the game, you know, less tough overall for you. But that's you performing well. It is a game that just feels rewarding to play. I would say Remnant 2 is my second favorite release this year. When I beat Apoc, carried my friend through it. Felt so good to beat the final boss twice and know its moves and timing's down to the second. Yeah, like that's a final boss that it teaches you to do that. Because you're very unlikely to get through the fight without learning. And I love that. the similarities between games like Borderlands and Diablo, primarily the build crafting. See how it's different games like those. Probably get it soon. Yeah, the closest comparison I could say of like how this game functions is combine Dark Souls with Outriders. It's a reach in the second category there, but in terms of
Let's do this.
strongly defined, class identity stuff, ability-based gameplay, and sort of the spirit of the rounds stuff in particular. Yeah, but it's very much a Souls-like. It's just a shooter, which very few Souls-likes are. Okay, but Diablo 4 kind of yucky IMO. I mean, I agreed, Honey Bunny, but who asked? Being critical of something does not mean that carte blanche to harsh someone's mellow on it every time it's brought up. I don't care for the game at all either. Let's take great care not to be that kind of person critical of a thing on the internet, because I can't stand people who are like that. And if you don't check yourself, you become that before realizing. Agree with you there. For some reason, it's almost exactly what I was thinking. For sure gives off Outriders vibes with weapons design, somewhat the gameplay. Yeah, third-person shooter. You got the elemental stuff. You've got, classes having different abilities. All that is there. Ow. That hurt way more than I thought it would. I thought I'd be able to tank that. Not at all. I didn't respect that enemy enough. Quick question going into Apoc. Monarch or Ford Shotgun, which would be reliable for most encounters? I'd say Ford Shotgun would get you a little bit farther. Overall. I mean, Monarch's gonna be less punishing on the ammo. But, Ford Shotgun is a lot better in the DPS department. I don't know if you heard that Junkyard Dax ad pop up. Yeah. 1 second. The timing. we good? We back? Quick question going into Apoc, Monarch or Forged Shotgun. I would lean Forged Shotgun there.
Come and get some.
But note that both of those guns are gonna have, like, ammo problems. Monarch has ammo problems in the long term on top of having kind of low DPS. I'd say Forged Shotgun would be better there, but I'd kind of look for an alternative outside of those. Second you saw the ad popped up, yeah, I'm sorry about that. The timing is always just worst possible timing. Last question, I promise. DLC good? DLC is good in my opinion, yes. It is on the pricier side, but if you were to go, say, Ultimate Edition for the game to get access to all future DLCs, then I think it'd be worth. If you were, like, buying the game and then buying one DLC on its own, I would hesitate at the price tag, but because you can get the bundle for all of them, I'm confident the future content will be good. But yeah, Dax, as long as you can mitigate the ammo problem, then Fords will be okay. I think it's a bit of an underappreciated gun, to be honest. The shotgun category in this game's stacked, so makes sense, but... We both have bet him. So I bet it's not just me feeling that. I think the thing with Fords is it's just got a higher threshold of investment to feel like it's good compared to something like the Bulldog, which always feels good. Something like the Coach Gun, which has a high threshold as well, but it's easy to understand what you need there. Wonder if I try... I like that resistance there, but let me try consumable use speed. Just for, like, throwing my shit more effectively. I think DLC is great, especially if you take your time exploring everything. Don't try to rush through it, get more value for money that way. Yeah, also, you gotta remember, with any DLC in a build crafting game that adds build crafting options, you gotta factor in, like, your playtime in the non-DLC content with the DLC stuff. Part of it. Hey, Phantasma, welcome in. Good to meet you. So, like, sure, if it takes you 3 hours to play through the DLC, see all the endings of it, get all the items in it, that's 3 hours of playtime. But the Ritualist class is granted by the DLC. So if you did, say, 10 hours in the base game with the Ritualist, well, that's playtime you got from the DLC, right? So that's something to consider. Apologies for agitation. You don't have to apologize, honey. It's not that deep. A close friend got D4, we played it together. We share his accounts, we can build together. Console, you can match our feelings towards the games we played. Don't just throw out unwanted opinions like I don't want my friends wasting money. Yeah, you had a particularly bad experience. I was disappointed by that as well, but I'm a firm believer in, you know, letting people enjoy things, even when their tastes do not align with yours. As long as they're not being, toxic about it. Let people enjoy things. Like, I would rather peel my eyelids off with a potato peeler than play League of Legends, but I'm not gonna go around and be like, oh, League sucks. That kind of energy. Ow, I deserve that. When does Brawler's Pride work for charge melee attacks? I explained like I'm stupid on Brawler's Pride loading. My consumable wore off, that's why I was squishier than expected. Ow. Okay. Maybe I move first. Hard me to understand. Brawler's Pride, which affect that? I got very greedy there. Oh, 15% melee attack speed. Used to not work with charge melee. It kind of does now. They did do a hotfix. They've been doing a bunch of hotfixes. Follow up. It always gets me. Should be enough. Hot tick? No? I thought the fight was over. The fight was not over. Actual 1 HP. Yeah, I deserve that. This is the kind of thing I mean. Boss I've done a bunch of times with a slightly unfamiliar setup, but mostly familiar tech. Kicking my butt because I'm not respecting it enough. There we go. I do need to spend some more time with the target. I need to figure out how Anguish projectiles behave after you switch off of Anguish, because I swear there's a bunch of times where I landed a perfect charge shot, and then I didn't get my explosion because I switched guns. Need more science. More testing. Okay, hear me out. With baked mashed potatoes, you take the carbohydrate out of the ground, blend it up, and put it back in the oven. Comes out as mashed potatoes. Now with cake, you take the carbohydrate out of the ground, blend it up, put it back in the oven, comes out as cake. Therefore, mashed potatoes are cake. Since mashed potatoes are cake, that means cake is mashed potato. Since potato is a vegetable, that means cake is inherently a vegetable. Bam. Okay. You had me until that means cake is mashed potato, because you can make the argument that mashed potatoes are cake, but you cannot make the argument that all cakes are mashed potato. Again, it's the square rectangle thing. So like, all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. But I'm absolutely down to call mashed potatoes cake. That just makes sense. So that means cake is now my third favorite kind of cake to eat. For those of you silently judging me right now, you're slacking. You should be vocally judging me for that one.
All right, come and get some.
Imagine a logical rebuttal of that nonsense. You know where you are. You know who you asked. Love the thought process, though. How am I missing? Hello? Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, with that trigger, this gun's like, it works. If I ever ate way too much yesterday, I sure did. Oh yeah, I went back for thirds. I'm so excited for leftovers. Yeah, I think you can patch over the issues this gun has currently with a dot mutator and det trigger.
Come on.
I don't know if I necessarily want the explosions to double dip range damage. But like, that would instantly fix. Currently, because they don't, I'm opting to avoid range damage for the most part. But global seems good enough. Wondering if bad spread would help this gun. doesn't seem like you can really get the charge shots to be at spread because it closes in anyway. It's a very cool gun. I think it's slept upon.
Here they come.
It's just a good vehicle for dot application. It is worth noting, the explosion from this seems to be fire damage, so it is inherently an elemental weapon if you charge it. Which means maybe with Maelstrom it'd be good mod gen.
Damn, all out.
And tactically speaking, the gun doesn't damage you. It just converts your health to not health anymore. Which has build potential. Gray health is a scuffed mechanic, but a gun that just converts gray health for you has uses. That trigger puts fire damage on explosion. It puts a fire dot from explosions, yeah. Compatible explosions. So there's some things that say explosive that aren't that trigger compatible, but in particular on this build,
Looks important.
my Tormented Heart does it. Noted that enemies in water can't be ignited, so it didn't do it there, but yeah, that one did. Charge shots of Anguish, the mod of Anguish, Meridian and its mod, Starshot and its mod, Aphelion's mod, the skill activation of Juggernaut, the skill activation of Wellspring. Those are fun ones. So like me putting my healing puddle, enemies standing right next to me will get a fire dot on them. I think that's funny. They're just down there and I can still hear them doing their thing.
Damn, all out. Holy hell.
Love a list of what counts as explosive damage. No normal shots on Starshot do. The mod does as well. Gun by gun. Notably, this mod does not. This mod does. The mod on the regular version does as well. I don't know if Shatterstar does offhand, because like Shatterstar's ricochet radius does benefit from amplitude, but I don't know if it's dead trigger compliant. I'd have to retest that. I don't think it does. Twisted Arbalest's mod does. Sagittarius mod does. Oh, Star Killer mod does. I'd have to retest the melee category. Possible one of these might, but usually things that already apply an element don't. Usually, it's not always true. Anguish counts as long as you're doing charge shots or the mod. Meridian counts. Hellfire's mod counts. Starshot and its mod count. Tormented Heart counts. Activating this counts. Activating this counts. Activating this counts. Notably, Ritualist skills do not count. Summoner Sacrifice does not count. Hey, morning, Pinky. How you doing? Hope you had a fantastic day yesterday. There's some stuff that, like, you would think might count. Like, the explosion from Rotted Arrow, it's definitely an explosion. Does not count. Usually stuff that's associated with another element or status is excluded. Getting my bearings by going over here. He's not as lost as he normally is, chat. Okay, there we go. Made it.
Here they come.
So, one of the very few L's of the metaphysical Talratha fight, which is otherwise one of my favorite bosses in this whole game. He's in water. Not the water. I'll do regular Talratha. Because I don't think he's in water. I'm second guessing that. What about just one range damage? I might hit breakpoints. Weak spot's just more optimal. I have no other sources of weak spot. Yeah, that's just better. Yeah, see how this turns green here? This is because this is one of the spots the Dran guy for Anguish pops up. But he's not here, but he's here.
So you have found them. The Ember sees all. Yes. Bring them to me at once.
again.
All that remains is yourself. Yet I did not for that. So, we...
Oh, vicious. That's why that killed. I was like, one shot? No, vicious. Different strat. I do this. Oh. Yeah. Still a one shot. I was testing him. See if he remembered how to do that attack. He passed. If you weren't sure. Empathy really does ruin how I like to handle this. This is good. I like when a boss tells me no. Forces me to adjust on a setup that's not really suited to fighting him.
Okay, this is it.
I thought I could roll through that, but no, the hitbox and that attack starts so early. Guess I don't want to be on his backside, I want to be on his front side. Good info. didn't realize he could chain that one out of the other one. He's got 2 different turning attacks that both one-shot me,
Okay.
and he
this is
can
it.
chain them. See, we learning. Ow.
This ain't good.
Take your empathy. I had bleed on him, so he didn't get that much. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Not quite satisfied, but it worked. Yeah, going higher mobility there would have made more sense. It's definitely one of those setups where Metaphysical Talratha is mechanically easier, but I'd have to shift out of doing the fire damage, as you can't ignite in the water.
Maybe I just need to go see. He can probably help with something.
Yeah, weak spot damage feels great there. I can't justify not running fetid wounds there. Let me test the behavior of this. Kind of see what Renzo means about how this is seems a little different. For bandit purposes, it doesn't seem to be. Because statistically, that would not have happened if that was actually operating different than other shotguns. Small sample size, but man, it used to be crazy because of that behavior.
Of
How am I doing on shards right now? 5 for 10. Okay. Needs another session and I'll be able to get Rune Pistol. That'll be cool. I guess I start working on these more. I guess I'll level Overdrive and Guts because I keep using them as a point of comparison. And I may as well have them maxed.
all rope.
Overdrive, 20% extra crit damage. Just flat. But then you get stacking up to 25% more. So 45% crit damage, 25% crit chance from Overdrive. From Guts, 25% crit chance, and then up to 25% crit damage if you somehow had your entire health bar be gray health, which is not something you can do. So, Guts, bad. Overdrive, good. Guts has better crit chance to start with, but as soon as you've gotten stacks, Overdrive has the same crit chance with massively more crit damage. Solution, buff Guts crit damage by like a lot.
Listen.
Otherwise, it just doesn't get used. Would I ever use Weapon Lord? No, I wouldn't. Dreadful could, like, maybe be okay on Anguish? Maybe. Level Executor, because once they fix the dot duration thing, that might be okay. Ingenuity, there's not many heat accumulating weapons right now. It's just, Bone Saw, Fusion Rifle, Cube Gun, right? Level it up anyway, because I have scrap. Misfortune was great when the slow was permanent, but 2-second slow for melee mutator slot, not massive. I'm sure you can justify this on, like, Stonebreaker or something, though, so we'll grab it. Actually being low on a resource that I still need to use feels pretty good.
Well, hey.
That's a weird sentence. I'm buying the Forged and Galvanized Iron just because in the future, when there's more guns I need to upgrade, that'll be useful. For now, I can sell Relic Dust because it has no function for me. It's an easy 20k back. I have way more Illuminite than I need, so I can sell a few hundred of those, and then I'll sell some Simulacrum as well. It'll just be chilling in Cass's inventory if I ever need it back. Does that not work? No. Best I got is this. I'll just sell 200 for now. Not an urgent need. I can go all and do a stack of 666 actually. Yeah, cool. That works out nicely. I don't need Blood Moon Essence, but I'll keep it around in case they add a function for that at some point. Oh, I have a Bloody Steel Splinter because you still get one from DLC Red Prince, even if you already have the mod. Okay. That's just there. I've had this Talratha thing there for a while as well. Let's sell like 11 Simulacrum.
You know where to find me.
125k scrap.
Holy.
Let's stock up on these. So I think it'd be fun to use pipe bombs for like actual clear. They apply debt trigger. They do a decent base damage that gets boosted by debt trigger. They have that bleed. Grenadier Ritualist could be a fun build. You just run around throwing pipe bombs. And then against tankier targets, you also throw a Brightstone and a Black Tar. I don't know if you'd ever throw Binding Orbs, but hey, it's in theme. I'll buy them. Buy some more dried fruit. I have no reason not to just sit at 30 of relevant consumables. Used a lot of Ghoul Serum today. Probably go up to 50 of those. And we'll get more Black Tar. And more pipe bombs. 80 should be good there.
Greetings, let me tell you, it was a call, so I do. Then I done. No, that's not. Huh, where was I? Oh, right, I was in this here ward. I tell you what, I looked for him far. After that, I woke up back here and you don't say. Well, did you know the same part? Ooh, oh, before not much use to old Mudtooth anymore. No. Well, it ain't anyway.
Well, he said he gave me something, but he didn't give me anything. Good job, Mudtooth. But yeah, Mudtooth also did the Dranception thing. Weird. Can you only upgrade Relic Fragments past +4 through Dwellers depending on game difficulty? Game difficulty. You need to be on Apocalypse to get to the highest tier. Apocalypse and your total archetype level needs to be at a certain threshold, if I remember correctly. I may as well get some of these next time something's out that I need to level.
I'll be seeing you then.
They come out with another archetype with next DLC. Ooh, could you imagine if they did a new archetype for each one?
Feeling
Be so sick.
thing?
Like 20 of those. 5 of those, use those often. 5 of those, use those often. 5 of those, use those somewhat often.
See you around, traveler.
Still got 10k scrap. This guy, did you finish your fucking stew yet, my dude?
Pretty sure it's almost done.
What do you
Gotta let it
mean?
simmer now.
What do you
Just
mean?
wanna make sure it's perfect for you. Give me a few.
Dude.
Catching my breath. Cooking can really take it out of you sometimes.
That adventure I did was like yesterday.
Give me a few.
I guess I need to wait more.
Stories about the world stone are true.
New recipes are like bringing a new baby into the world. I'm tuckered out. Just taking a little break.
Just taking a little break, he says.
Well, hey. I'll be here when you get back.
And just verifying that Whispers doesn't have anything, because I haven't actually talked to Whispers in, like, months. Love they do. Also interested where they go with the Nerude story. There's a lot of speculation that the next DLCs are going to be, like, Nerude and Yeisha expansions, the way they did with Losum. That'd be both cool and, like, I don't know, I really want some Earth stuff. Maybe some expanded Labyrinth stuff. And this dude take 80 hours? I have no idea. If it takes 80 hours, cool, that explains it. But he said a few minutes. 80 hours. Not a few minutes.
Maybe just need
I understand.
He can probably help with my gun.
Yeah, cool thing about Det Trigger Tar Bomb is it ignites itself.
Maybe just need to go see Riggs. He can probably.
Only use consumables.
Good for big game, but
Is it in almost 4 hours? I want to do a little more testing. Like a little. Another Naruto, because there's still items I haven't grabbed here. Shahala, I won't finish this adventure. But I'll test some stuff. I guess the takeaway from my preferences in building this game, I really like explosive builds. One more testing 2 hours later. Listen, I just don't want to end before the 4-hour mark. Logic being
that looks important.
4-hour streams are like the baseline for me, and I don't want to do too many short streams with the upcoming massive amount of time off I'll be taking. Can't hurt my bottom line that much.
Go to this place.
Hard myself. I'm just realizing. Yeah. Align your bottom, please.
New interesting possibilities. I have many questions.
Are you gonna use your sketch pencil to line my bottom? I guess I do need to kill Shahala to get regular Aphelion back. So this does work out nicely. Is it normal or alt kill Shahala for the gun? Normal is the sword. Yeah, normal's the sword. Right? Yeah, thank you, Wizza. Didn't know Sparkfire Slaps is good. Been trying about it, just smacking. Yeah, Sparkfire is really good. It's just a good gun on its own, but it also has that natural dot, and then it's got the open mod and mutator slot for you to have 2 more dots. So 3 dots per trigger pull on a gun that does good damage is a pretty good deal. The only downside of Sparkfire is that it, other than it being a little annoying to get,
All right, let's do
it
this.
chugs ammo. But there's plenty of ways to mitigate that. It's only really a problem if it's your only outlet of damage. Good one. I think just because of how good dots are right now, Sparkfire is in like the top percentage of guns. That was rude. Graffiti paint term sounds so spicy. Everything does when you're a degenerate like us.
Here we go.
Collectively bonk. I see the value of sped up charge shots here from supercharger. I guess this specifies bows and fusion rifles. I don't know if it even apply actually. I know sequence shot works. But I could see the appeal. It's just I don't think it's better than having the corrosion. Spark Rod, Corrosive Rounds, and Twisted Wounds for nice 3-stack. Yeah, the 3-stack is great. Very few weapons can do that.
Great. More bad news.
I gotta pee. BRB. Okay, be back. Actually, near the same I did funny enough. Yeah, great minds. Great minds. Welcome back. Thank you.
Shit.
Currently doing a hot shot over Corrosive Rounds just to get more range damage to boost up Anguish a little bit. Since I already have Anguish applying Corrosion, and my sword can do it too. I'd like to increase Anguish's damage ceiling a little bit. But in general, I like the Corrosive Rounds 3-stack as well. Oh, hi. Crapper. Luckily, it was not aggressive at all. not hugely convinced on what I like running over here. The weak spot damage feels like it's increasing my ceiling the most. Elemental damage is always good. The range crit chance is consistency on application of both of these mutator dots. But I still feel like I could do better than the range crit chance there. Maybe just more range damage. It's like increase the upfront of the Anguish more. Like, doesn't seem to need it. Kills into weak spots. Then the dot's allowed to keep one-tapping things that it wouldn't outright kill. If Affliction wasn't trash, then Ritualist would be awesome here, because Vile just spreading these dots. Also, if Debt Trigger was a ring and not an amulet, then I could go Sun and Debt Trigger, and that would be really good.
Man, I don't want to spend a minute longer in this place.
Hey, Vocal. How are you today? Made the mistake of taking a nap. How are you? Did you destroy your sleep schedule? Or just your sense of time? I'm doing okay. Enjoying science in this this gun I got yesterday. It's currently not doing everything it could be. It'll require balance and pass by the devs, but I do think it's being overhated right now. I'm finding some good uses for it. And it kind of fits into some of the things I like doing in my gameplay. So I'm having fun with that. Hey Gage, how you doing? I'm not sure why you're talking to yourself in my chat, but like, could you recognize your worth? Or for the ammo issue, I've been mainly relying on auto handguns and refunder for my shotgun builds. Tech 22 works well. Do lean in times to the cube gun because infinite ammo. Gotta find something better. You could run something that I sometimes like doing is, I always forget the name of this. Transference, that's the name. Transference on your melee weapon if you're not using anything higher priority. Doing like a quick World's Edge shockwave or something. On a cooldown, you're getting 5% of your ammo back per hit. Now that's not a huge amount, but that could be the difference between you getting that last shot off and not. Provided you're not using your melee weapon already in any capacity. There's always the option of just carrying around a bunch of ammo boxes. Which, I should have ammo boxes on my bar right now. I don't. The mod on Anguish proc the Debt Trigger? It does. But I still don't think that's really worth, since the mod is just pretty bad. The base damage, I'll show. Vicious Spiteful. Ugh. Like, sure, I could get that Debt Trigger performance just by using the mod. And I guess it's nice that the mod doesn't consume ammo, but like I get dead trigger by just using the charge shots, which do a lot more damage. That's my instinct anyway.
Great. More bad news.
Throwables are funny with that trigger. I guess this is a good use case for it, where I can just switch targets like this. But Tormented Heart just does that better anyway. Abyssal Hook's become my melee choice. Unsure if it's gonna stack up in Apoc. So when the DLC first came out, Abyssal Hook was unintentionally able to level up to 20, which it still had boss weapon scaling. So it basically just it scaled up way higher than we're supposed to have any weapons. And it was the melee weapon of choice there. People were hitting like crazy bonkers damage numbers. Now, they fixed that, so it's still good. It's still got very good damage, and the stagger is noteworthy. World's Edge already has enough stagger that you can stun lock a lot of very relevant things, and then Abyssal Hook just lets you stagger even more than that while having the same exact stat profile as World's Edge. So that's very good for it. The problem with Abyssal Hook versus World's Edge is the same problem that every other weapon has versus World's Edge, and that it doesn't have a ranged horizontal shockwave that passes through everything. So, provided you can land hits on enemies, Abyssal Hook is fantastic. It's good damage. But in situations where you can't, it does absolutely nothing. And then even in situations where you can land hits on enemies, provided Stonebreaker's Shockwave is able to connect, Stonebreaker just does more DPS. Provided you can apply Corrosion, Gas Giant with investment can be comparable or better, while having its own downsides though, so that's worth mentioning. But Abyssal Hook is in a situation where it probably takes the backseat to both World's Edge and Stonebreaker in a majority of situations. I can think of some cases where it doesn't though. Like, let's say you're fighting, let's say you're really good at hitting Nightweaver. Abyssal Hook probably does a bit better than Stonebreaker because the shockwaves from Stonebreaker can't hit. Now, you're still in a situation where World's Edge shockwaves are stupid, and the game being built around World's Edge seemingly is stupid, but long answer, but Abyssal Hook is good. It holds up on Apoc, if you were worried about that.
This looks important.
Cat. Cat. Or you're so cat. Have you ever considered being less cat? Being a different amount of cat? Maybe even more cat?
Less cat when more better. Fair point. Literally just a work to receive a parcel that may or may not show up sometime soon. Hopefully it is as soon as possible, Maniki. It's my only concern with the rest get to know going in. Yeah.
Here they come.
If it's not clear, I do have some amount of distaste for World's Edge, despite having it on my back at all times. Just, I wish it had a real competitor. Yeah, if you think about it, Shahala Narud is only one dungeon slower than Talratha Narud. But considering the amount I get lost, it feels longer. Need to go get the override pin. Remember when I said I wasn't going to finish this adventure? Me either, because it didn't happen. Trust me, not your memories. It felt slimy to even say. Don't trust cat. Trust this. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm catting. Thank you. Cat. Spent like 100k scrap, so I want to get it back. More than 100k. It's more like 200k. I just sold a lot of shit. This cat's purr is never off. He's always purring. Like a little motor. Okay, override pin. I grabbed the simulacrum as well because it spawned in a convenient spot. Could have been down here too, I suppose. Right here. Ow. I bet shockers this right now, don't I? I don't actually. Still did more than I would have expected.
Okay, this is it.
it's just a side dungeon. Don't need to go in there. You know what I mean about getting lost? Who dat? I heard enemy, and I hear music.
Shit.
Yeah. What are you sniffing at? It's still me. You know it's me. Are you trying to talk yourself out of eating my beard again? Ah, there you are.
That was rough.
Hey, new amulet, Legacy Protocol. Got around is good picking y'all's brains for help with builds. Have a great day. You as well, Dex. Yeah, there we go. Skill cooldowns, skill duration, that's really good. That's really, really good for uptime. Looking forward to using that. It's that new amulet from DLC. They did add new items to Narud and Yesha as well. Not just Losum. I hear you get a capitalism day sales. Not yet. I'm probably gonna be doing some browsing after stream. New phone charger. It's a good idea. I should do that. I bought a new travel bag because cats destroyed my last one. But I've not opened up the bag it's in yet. I'll probably do that right after stream and then check it out. And if it's good, I'm good. If not, then I'll shop around for a new one. Because I did kind of cheap out. But I want to make sure it's small enough to work as a carry-on. I don't like checking luggage because I've seen nothing but horror stories. So even for extended trips, I try to pack really light.
quite a few deals in custom keyboard stuff. Good for a while, and things keep me occupied now. Nice. Saw some new pants. Really living large. Hey, new clothing. New drip is a great feeling. I'm someone who I don't have a lot of clothes that I like, so I tend to like wash and reuse the same ones a lot. Just after a move a few years ago, I just never bothered to replenish a lot of stuff. It's only in the last 2 years or so have I started to actually like own things.
That is ominous.
Hexer. So unfortunate.
Hell yeah!
Most of my clothing's either PC gaming, keyboard, or craft beer related. Understandable. Oh, I need to get another 6-foot charger because I had one a while ago, and then it wore out and I never replaced it. So now I'm back to that situation where when I'm scrolling in bed, when my phone's low battery, as it always is, such as right now where it's at 8%, I gotta lay in like a certain configuration to charge it if I want to keep scrolling. If I get another 6-footer, then I'll be okay. I won't have to do it anymore. Go that way or down? Anguish is such a cool looking gun. If they do increase its damage, especially on the mod side, I think it'll be really popular. Because it's also got the novelty of being hidden.
Here we go.
puzzle one, is it? No, I'm thinking of a different. Right? I think I'm thinking of a different map. I think. Am I? Returned later than I said it would, though. Ah, it's okay, I guess. Remember, it's not an obligation. Happy to have you hang out. How we doing? Doing well. Managed to cook with the Anguish. It's y'all detrimentally bugged right now. Got a pretty bad damage at the moment, but you can get a lot of value doing the dots and detonation trigger side of things. And I'm enjoying that a lot, because I normally run detonation trigger with dots. So it just kind of fits very nicely into my existing preferences. Works out perfectly for me. So I've not fought this boss post DLC. I wonder how favorably the dots will affect. Put that on ahead of time. Frames are not loving this fight right now. I can't fully blame that for that death, but I can bring it up. I accidentally used Anguish's mod as well once, and it kind of locked me out of the gun for a bit. So I need to know not to do that. I do like the idea of pre-popping this, though. That made sense. Neat. Frames are a myth invented by 2022. Understandable. So that's something that really interests me. The mist. I'm trying to figure out how I spawn killed those ads that one time. Was it the tar? Because what happened was those ads spawned like into existence, got ignited, and died immediately. And it was one of my throwables that was responsible for that, I think. Maybe it was the combination of bright. Maybe the Brightstone Mist ignites the tar? Or maybe it was just the air had a surface that was on fire from the tar. It was probably that. Otherwise, throwables with that trigger. Very fun. I could see them being even more insane with ritualists, because then you get Vile in the mix. Either way, once Affliction gets fixed, I think swapping out Medic for Ritualists is gonna elevate this build. Next level shit. Mr. Sean, how you doing? No audio after sign language?
This looks important.
We're mature here. Need to remember to use the override pin. Unfortunately, I have to fight that stupid fucking boss, but it'll be fine-ish. Fine-ish.
Great. Or bad news.
I have an eyelash in my eye and it's absolutely miserable. Oh, hey, I got it first try. Never happens. So I do not like Shahala. I do not enjoy either version of the fight.
I have need of your
It is
skills
the opposite
and
of fun to me.
proximity. Use the nearby elevator, and I will provide further instructions.
But it's an opportunity to get good.
Whatever your intentions in coming here, the fate of this world now depends on your actions.
Your erections.
For millennia, the Druzir sought answers to a simple question. Are we alone? Nerud was built to answer this question. I was built to care for Nerud. Talratha led Nerud through the currents of space and time to the origin of energy in all its forms, to Alepsis Torah. The anomaly was unlike any on record.
I should run shield.
Massive in scope,
I ain't gonna,
purposeful in its
but I know
composition.
that I should.
It appeared chaotic, but also intelligent in its design. Talratha warned the Seekers. He guided Nerud to the gates of heaven, yet refused to step within. But Talratha was overruled. The Seekers saw in Alepsis Torah an end to their quest, an answer to all their questions. And now, only I remain. The fate of Nerud, of all Drazir, rests in me.
Don't get it twisted, the Custodian might sound heroic, but his plan is to fly this entire place into a fucking singularity. For the second time. Because it didn't work completely the first time. Only almost everybody died.
It is unfortunate we could not meet face to face, but your locality and trajectory are fortuitous. I never gained access to the core where you are now. All you need do is shut it down. I can accomplish the rest.
Ellier is this really, man? Oh, really? Okay. Okay. I didn't think I was that far forward, but okay. Okay. Run it back. You already know? Yeah, I should have been prepared for that. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh wait, Shahal is technically in water. I forgot that. Let's hear 3 things you like about this boss. The soundtrack. The lore. And when it's over. Its head is an interesting shape. I'll show you an interesting shaped head. It's my head. It's a little odd. I could do the Soulbinder cheese here. I don't wanna. Oh, bad dodge.
mentioned what I think of this boss, right? I've mentioned. Just clarifying, I have mentioned. Yeah, this is one of those where detonation trigger is not going to fly because I can't ignite it. So I do that. Should be fine. Hate that one. Of course that fizzled. Agreed. I can't even be mad at that one. That was my fault. It usually is my fault, but that one was like, ah. Finally home. Welcome home. I wish I could light this boss on fire. I'd make this so much more palatable. Then I could use my build. I needed more health to be able to survive that. Yeah, if I'd gotten that relic heal off, I would have had enough. I interrupted it too early. Again, skill issue. We sit here until we get it right. thought I had more time. Full-time, sure, another job. I don't have any other income. Tis this. Largely due to, health stuff, but... Considering, current events' effect on, people's available pocket change, I've been, shopping around for side stuff. Which could cut into my stream uptime in 2024, but I haven't made any concrete decisions in that area, so I haven't felt the need to talk about it yet. No, terrible timing. At least get that. Okay. At least got that heal. Now we're back to the part where, you know, I have to try. To focus up. Oh, I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot this attack existed. I kinda don't remember what to do. Hey, it worked. Cool. Not like this. That was so annoying. I should use a different relic so I don't have to hit it with Tormented Heart to heal. I should also just change this completely, to be perfectly honest. Ow. Ow. Pussy. Off. 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 Too early. Not in range. Not aggressive enough. ow, 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 ow. I was wondering if being outside would make that easier to dodge than inside. No, 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 no. That just makes that harder to read. That's one of those things you learn the pattern, you know where to stand indefinitely, but I don't know that right now. That was ugly. Out of range. This is all good info. I don't mind getting walled by a boss, even a boss I don't like this, because that's how you learn shit, you know? I just had to actually dodge that attack correctly. That's all it took. Taylor's trying to hit you with right. Right? Back when I messed up and killed the king. Just you playing the game.
Alright.
Didn't do much to report. Shahala walled me for a bit, but we good now. Got regular Felian back.
We're finished here.
I'll go. You know where to find me.
Plus 10. That's corrupted. It's good. I like it.
They pay quality.
I still needed to do that. The transpose is actually pretty decent. Like 20-second duration on the range boost is what makes that attractive. I can mess around with that. Need more corrupted illuminate, but hey, Amber. Probably gonna lurk here for a bit, trying to decide I want to pick up R2 for myself. Now it's on sale, so figure just come here and watch some gameplay. You're coming in right when I'm about to end. I've already been going for a little over 5 hours. So, but it's good to see you, and I probably play more of this in the coming days. I think tomorrow. I don't know what I play tomorrow. Maybe this. It's maybe Borderlands 3. It's maybe Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know. It's something. Like the corrupted version gives me Wonderland's Magic Shoddy vibes. That and the weapon mod on that has ridiculous knockbacks. You can like rocket jump with it. It's funny. But yeah, sorry to cut you off, Amber. I wanted to end like an hour ago, but rabbit hole. But thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate you. Hope you had a wonderful holiday, if that's relevant to you. If not, hope you had a wonderful day. I'll be live tomorrow. No idea what with. Possibly this, possibly something else. Remnant 2 good. Hopefully in the coming weeks they patch some of the annoying stuff like Ritualist trait, like Anguish. Yeah, I just enjoy the game immensely. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do with the other DLCs. Lazy is on BL3, continuing his insanity % run. One life of the entire Borderlands franchise. If you're not familiar. So we'll head over there. But thank you, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. See you next time. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle for lazy data. And, yeah, I appreciate every one of you.